Check, check, check. Check, check. Hey, hello. Thank you for being here. Welcome to Tuesday, where I'm going to be talking about tools. I love tools. Ever since the dawn of time, what has separated man from other animals is our ability to create some very complex tools. So today, I'm not going to be repairing any audio equipment. Well, I will probably this evening, but I've had a couple of projects that I have had just waiting in the background. And I am ill prepared for this, but you're going to see the process of me basically laying out and hopefully building a load box. So why do I need a load box, right? Well, I have been working on tube amplifiers. Instead of plugging it into a speaker, you have to have a load whenever you're testing and working on tube amplifiers. Instead of just plugging it into a speaker and getting my ears blasted out on a regular basis, I'm going to build a load box so that I can plug it in. I can put it into my oscilloscope. I can see the signal. I can work on cleaning it up. I can put it through distortion meters, that sort of thing. And yeah, work safely. Thank you again for showing up. If you are new and haven't subscribed to my YouTube, I need to ask you to do that. Likes and sharing and all that fun stuff happens. It's how this is going to grow, I suppose. Right now, I do need to warn you that it's probably going to get a bit loud today, right? One great tool that I have is an air compressor, and it'll just kick on. So we'll hear a loud air compressor motor running, fans running everywhere. I'm very hot today. I'm hot every day, but anyway, yeah. So thanks again for joining. If you don't mind and you're listening or watching, how's the audio? Is everything clear? Do I need to adjust anything? If at any time that you would like me to change camera views, put it on screen, or just leave a comment. Since it's YouTube, you know, as soon as you leave the comment, I should be able to see it, and I can adjust there. Tools. Yeah, so this is totally unscripted. Like I said, I've got a loose plan of what I want to do today. Basically, I want to try to build a load box, and then also I need to complete my unbalanced to balanced project, which basically is, I think maybe if you follow me on Instagram, you've seen a rant I had where I purchased a passive unbalanced to balanced converter, and the thing just didn't work right. A key to balanced output needs to be that pins, see, I have to look at my cheat sheet. Pins 2 and 3 hold the signal. And what I found with this is that the signal on pins 2 and 3 were not out of phase 180 degrees, which is the key part of a balanced piece. So I breadboarded and I built, a little board here. Let me switch camera views real quick here, and I'll just kind of pull it up to the camera. There it is. And so that's just got like an INI 5532, which is a high quality op amp. And, your signal comes into the RCA and out balanced perfectly. Now, the big issue here is that I've had to connect it to my DC supply, which I'll show you real quick. a DC supply, and it's heavy and it's not very fun to pull out and put away all the time. So one part of what I'm going to be doing there is I've got a little project box, and I'm going to create it so I can plug in a 9 volts power supply and then have the positive and negative voltage that's needed for my op amp. Put it in the project box and hopefully just be done with that project. So 2 big projects, totally unprepared. You're going to see the design process, me making mistakes, figuring it out, drawing on things, working with my schematic. Got my schematic for my load box there. And thank you very much for letting me know that the audio sounded good. All right. This thing's not going to be very much fun unless I have some interaction. So if y'all have any questions or, you know, want to shoot the shit, just comments. I'll be happy to talk. I am probably going to put on some music in the background because I want to. And I know that that's probably going to like demonetize my YouTube or whatever, but not like I'm monetized anyway. All right. Happy morning. Everybody doing good? All right. Cool. Well, anyway, so tools. I never thought that I would be so obsessed with tools, and it just seems to be that I'd never have enough, right? You know, I do believe very much that tools and being limited in what you have can increase your creativity to work beyond your scope. But at the same time, sometimes you just need the right tools for the job. I've got several favorite tools that I like to use all the time, and be more than happy to talk about those. One of the things when I first started Odd Frequency was that I would tell people that my first hire was going to be a Roomba, basically a robot vacuum. I was saying that jokingly, but it's a real need to have a good vacuum. So one of my favorite tools, just off the top of the head here, is my shop vac. Once I got this big boy, the game changed. My shop is much cleaner. I feel much more sane when it's cleaner. So this is one of my favorite tools. And I'm actually going to have it here by my side today because I'm going to be doing a lot of drilling. I'm going to be doing some tapping. And basically have a lot of metal shavings around. That's why you're not seeing any instruments on the bench. It's because I plan to basically make a big mess today. All right. So again, if you have any questions at any time, feel free to shout at me. I'm going to go ahead and get started on my load box. So I've got a Hammond enclosure that I purchased, and you know, some big ass resistors, right? So this is a 300 watt 8 ohm resistor, right? And so the key to these resistors is that you need to have them on a heat sink. And the purpose of the heat sink, obviously besides dissipating the heat, is so that the wattage can be true. So basically, I've done a lot of looking up. I can't give you the exact numbers off the top of my head, but I learned that if you don't have the proper heat sink, then your wattage that you're able to obtain in a load box is not going to be accurate to what the resistor itself says. So I bought a couple big heat sinks. My original idea was to have a stereo load box, and that's something that I do want to kind of keep in mind moving forward as I'm working on this, is how to possibly add another channel in the future, right? So I'm going to be trying to figure that out on the fly. But basically, I only have 2 heat sinks, so I'm going to make a mono one today. Anybody else built a load box before in the past? Anybody got any tips, tricks? Basically, I got on YouTube and I found a cool video of a guy explaining his load box, and I kind of ripped off the schematics, and I'm just kind of gonna go with that. All right. All right, so just basically to show, I'm gonna go ahead and put this back on the screen. All right, so you can see my pretty loosely drawn schematic here. I got my input, which is going to be a 1/4 inch input. I could use an NL2, and maybe that's something that I want to add in the future, but right now 1/4 inch is going to do the job. Then I've got my 2 resistors, right? My 2 resistors are connected to a switch. And so this is should have a 4-pole, 4-throw switch. Yeah, I had to buy this online. I haven't tested it, so I will be testing it today as I go as well, and just making sure that I'm getting the right switch. All right, so the switch will basically work to go from 4 ohms to 8 ohms to 16 ohms, right? So one side of my 4 ohm resistor, or I'm sorry, my 8 ohm resistor, or one side of the switch will be going to ground where the pole is, right? So when it's engaged into the 4 position, it's basically going to send this side of the resistor to ground, and then my my input voltage will also be heading to the out. So basically that's throwing that see, I'm looking at it here. Okay, so when it's in 8, yeah, so when it's in 8, it's only pulling 1 resistor. When it's at 4, the 2 resistors should be in parallel. May have to think through this a little bit more. Okay, yeah, so that's the double pole, right? Or yeah, so when I turn the switch, both of these go. So when it's on 4, it's basically just doing should be doing the 2 resistors in parallel. Okay, I'm gonna have to think through that a little bit more as I go. And then I've got a 100K and a 100 ohm resistor to ground as well. And that's just basically going to change my inputs so that it can be either high input resistance or low. Yeah, so double check. Oh yeah, I deleted that. I'll be testing it as I go. Again, I've just bought all of these components. I wasn't planning on doing it as a live stream, but essentially, basically, if I don't hold myself accountable here live on the internet, then it's likely that this project's just going to be sitting for months and months and months. And that's just kind of how I am, unfortunately. So again, thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. Thank you for holding me accountable. Cool. All right. Let me grab my multimeter. One of my favorite tools is my Fluke multimeter. This thing is great. If Fluke ever wants to sponsor my YouTube or my webcast or whatever you want to call this thing, give me a call. I'm not a big brand loyalist, but the Fluke is by far a superior multimeter. I've got a lot of functionality with it. One of the biggest things that I love specifically about this one is the ability to go into high res mode. And the high res mode, especially when I'm looking at voltages, will give me like, I think it's 4.5 to 5 places. It's not necessary for what I'm doing right now, but it's just a great tool. Okay, so I'm just making sure that the switch is going to be what I need. I'm seeing it make contact with this, right? No, am I not? Yes. One thing about the Fluke tools, though, is that all of the leads can get kind of expensive, but it's still a great tool. All right. No. What's going on here? These two should be connected. No, I am wrong. These two? Don't tell me that this switch is just defective out the box. Of course, since I bought this switch online, I don't have a schematic for it, so I'm going to have to figure out the pinouts on it as I'm working. But I'm looking at the wiper and nope. There it is. Okay, there's my connection. So that's position 1. Position 2. Cool, cool. All right, let's make sure that the sides are separated, but working in conjunction. Fantastic. All right. And position 3. The switch is switching. Exactly what I needed. All right, it's got 4 positions, which is what I need as well. I'm gonna go ahead and put a little cap on here so it's easier for me to switch it. We'll, of course, have to take that off when the time comes. Oh, it's got a nice little indicator too. Cool, cool. All right. So again, I'm not a brand loyalist when it comes to tools, but it is important to get quality tools. Sometimes, well, in the past, one of my friends used to make fun of me and tell the story all the time to anyone that we would meet of when I decided to replace my own brakes on my vehicle. And he and I went to O'Reilly or whatever auto store, and I bought the cheapest set of sockets. And he laughed at me and he said, "You're going to regret that. Don't do that. Buy the better pair. Buy what you need." But I didn't listen to him. And as I got started working on my vehicle, I took one turn of that socket set and it totally snapped. And that was a good lesson about buying quality tools. All right. So I am going to start here by setting up where I want my input, where I want my output, and where I want my switches. Basically, I'm going to have two switches, this Big Daddy that we talked about, and then a single pole, single throw, what they call an interrupter switch, toggle switch. And the toggle switch is, again, going to change my input impedance, so I can have a high impedance input or a low impedance input. And then this switch is going to turn my 8 ohm resistor into a 4 ohm or 16. So okay, yeah. Sorry, I actually said that wrong. It's not changing my input impedance. It's a pad. That's what the toggle switch is for. It's been a minute since I've looked at this schematic, since I've thought about this project. Hope that's okay. Hope you all be patient with me. It's a real process. That's what I'm here to show. And you know, if I'm doing something that somebody has a little bit more knowledge of me is on this stream watching, leave a suggestion. I'm always open to learn. Love to learn. Cool. So before I get started too much, I'm kind of wanting to think here about where I'm going to position my heat sinks, because that's going to be an important part of where I put my switches and that sort of thing. Boy, I'm going to have to turn that down, aren't I? Cool, cool. Well, that means I can play some music. Y'all might not think it's music, though, because I am going to put on some musique concrète. Just to have a little bit of background noise. If at any time someone has a question or comments, just put it in the comments section. I may not look at it right away, but I will get to it at some point. So I also need to think of the posts. So I probably would want the heat sink somewhere like there. Okay, cool. All right, so one step that I'm going to do is I'm actually going to be drilling holes so that this can mount directly on the heat sink. But I also want it to be able to not only be in direct contact of the heat sink, but set within my load box. And there looks like there's going to be plenty of room to do so. Now, weight distribution is going to be an issue as well. Okay, I'm gonna put them in the back like this. I'm gonna have my inputs. This is gonna be the front. And yeah, I want the resistor inside the box, but connected directly to the heatsink. So I am going to have to think about cutting the metal in that square, right? All right, first thing I'm going to do, this is going to be my back. This is going to be my fronts. I'm just going to write heat sink so I know to put the heat sinks on this side. Now, in order to have a stereo load box, I would need 4 heat sinks of this size. I could only find 2. I found them on eBay. It was a good deal, but you know, this is kind of an expensive project. I'll actually pull up. I'm gonna pull up my Mauser just to show you what exactly I bought in case anybody's thinking about doing this project in the future and you want to budget for it. There it is. It's an ohmite 300-watt resistor, and it costs $52.32 per resistor. And they're out of stock, so, or they've got 1 available. Mauser's been pretty good about sharing too, like what my tariff costs are going to be, which is definitely something that I've had to keep in mind more recently when purchasing products and pricing for customers. Sucks, but it is what it is. All right. 17-inch box. And my heat sinks are 14 3/4. So I've got 2 1/4 inch available total on each side. So I'd want 1 1/8 inch. I know I shouldn't be using friggin' imperial measurements, but we are where we are. And unfortunately, I was very much given an American education, so it's what comes natural. Prefer using the metric system, but I still need to train my brain to do that properly. Let's stop sharing this screen for a bit, come back to that view. Actually put this on top. All right. 1 1/8 inch. Cool, they're sitting there. Let me just scratch this real quick. No, need a different one. I want it hanging over like that. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. Need to mark that. And of course, the heat sink's getting in my way. The fins of the heat sink are in my way. Okay. So, let me get my caliper. Calipers are great tools to have. I'm going to measure the center point of my screw, which is 3.67. No. Yeah, about 3.65 millimeters from the edge. Right. So mark that. Make sure it's the same on both sides. Last night I was watching YouTube videos on tap and dies and how to use them. Fascinating stuff. Already on one of my heat sinks, I screwed the hole for an 8/32 bolt for when the process comes of me putting that on the heat sink. And yeah, did the tap myself by hand. It's pretty cool. You'll get to see that. But I do need to figure out what measurements that screw is going to be. And it is in English. It's an imperial measurements. So number 6. Go ahead and pull my screws over. Organization is fundamental. Okay. So now I want to measure how far from the edge of the heat sink to the center point. It's about 10.15 millimeters. Let's see, no, there it is right there. What do I have that I'm going to be able to just scratch that with? Get my orthodontist picks. Figuring it out. Yeah, I know that I'm pretty ill prepared today, but if I would get too prepared, then I'm going to be stuck in my head. And I do want you to see the process of how I'm doing this. Okay, cool. I'm going to go ahead and punch and drill those. How'd I do? Oh, look at that. Perfect. If any time you're watching or have a question about what tool I'm using at a particular moment, just put it in the comments. I'll be happy to answer. The show's no fun without interaction. Big reason why I'm doing this live streaming thing is to get to know people, to have a little bit more interaction. I work by myself all the time, every day. Yeah, I get a little lonely. You wouldn't typically see me drinking coffee at the workbench. But since I've got no electronics going today, why the heck not? same friend that laughed at me for buying the cheap tools would also get very concerned anytime he and I were working together and I had a power tool in my hand. Sometimes I forget about things like safety. Safety first, right? So why not just go ahead and put these glasses on? And I don't want to ruin my beautiful Hawaiian shirt, so go ahead and get my apron on as well. That and I look cooler in it, I think. Oh, sorry about the mic there. If I can figure out how to put it on. There it is. Scratchy scratch. All right, I'm prepped for safety, I think. Almost. Well, don't I look cool? All right. Probably going to see me do this quite a bit through the show today, is put things on, take things off, run around. One thing I didn't think about was lunch today. All right. Hey, look at that. I've got a heat sink on the board, on the chest. You see, there's a little bit of that overhang, which is cool. Go ahead and mark my second heat sink placement. Boy, this is not the music concrete playlist I want. Here we go, tape music. So I'm going to go ahead and remove my heat sink and drill my last 2 holes. Hold it in place. All right, looks like my holes are lined up pretty well there. Cool. So I am now able, if I wanted to go ahead and bolt that heat sink on. Before I do, I need to, once again, think about the position of this And then I'm going to cut a hole on my project box so that the resistor is directly in touch with the heat sink. Which means I get to use another great tool, the Dremel. Big fan of Dremel. And if they want to sponsor me, you know, hit me up. Email is benjamin@oddfreaks.com. All right. Cool. Last night I drew out my lines for my resistor. Okay, that's good to know. Doing it all by hand. All right. So the edge of my resistor is going to be at about 29 millimeters from the edge of the heatsink. Measure 4 times, cut once. That's the saying, right? Okay, cool. Yeah. It's going to be a little bit wider, a little bit bigger of a hole than the actual size of the resistor, but I want that. I want it that way. Sweet. All right, so I'm going to measure now from this edge there. Which is right about 14 millimeters. We're only making plans for load box. All right, I think that's it. What in the world? You think I know how to put an apron on? All right, let me switch views. Cool. And then I'm gonna have to hold that in place. All right, let me go get my cutting wheel and Dremel. And pair of work gloves. All right, here's another favorite, right? So I've already said that one of my favorite tools is my shop vac. I'm very fond of my shop vac. It helps me keep my sanity. Another wonderful tool that I absolutely adore is my rotary tool. Brand name is Dremel, but you know, if you've got a different rotary tool, different brand that you like, you know, let me know. Throw it in the comments. I'm always interested in new tools. Getting ahead of myself a little bit here. Nah, we'll do it this way. Said we'd be getting loud today. Be right back. Very proud of myself for wearing safety glasses. Not too proud to admit that I did some dumb things in my youth and I hadn't paid much attention to my safety. I'm very fortunate to still have both arms, both hands, and both eyeballs. So now that I'm a little older, a little wiser, I'm doing it a better way. Oh, the music concrete is getting spooky. Happy October, everybody. Yeah, so last night, like I said, I was talking about watching some YouTube videos on using a tap and die set. And one of them was Adam Savage. I think he was from, what was that show back in the day? Anybody remind me? Anybody know who Adam Savage? He's where they debunk things, right? They did the mystery debunks. And man, he's got a fun YouTube. If y'all are interested in learning about tools and stuff, he's got a lot of excitement, a lot of energy. You know, it may not be for everybody, but I certainly enjoyed learning from him. All right. Now I just want to grind that a little bit, get the edges a little softer. Speed's a little too high. I'm remembering one thing that I'm not doing that I need to do. Besides knock everything over. Of course. That'll work. Oh no, I know what'll work. There we go. Yeah. Yay! Kind of. Yeah. Numero uno. All right. So if you're watching, I do apologize. That was very loud and a little bit rude of me. Next time I'm cutting that hole, I will go ahead and mute my audio so y'all don't have to hear that. That was probably pretty annoying. So thanks for your patience. You know, always learning, always growing. Let's do this. All right, so I have determined that my hole's a good size and that the heat sink's going to mount there. Feeling good about that. Get my gloves back on. You know, I've smoothed those edges a bit. I'm going to go ahead and try to take off some of these burrs on my mounting points. Cool. Got hole number 1 cut for my resistor. I'm going to go ahead and get the process of tapping out these mounting points, and you know, I do need to cut that other hole before I actually mount it to the enclosure. But no, it's a good time. It's a good time for me to go ahead and show the newly learned process of tapping. But before I do, let me mute this real quick. Dust is everywhere. How are we doing? Did I miss anything? One great thing about tools is you put them down and then you don't remember where you put them. Or at least that's a problem I have. I had to swap that bit in order to drill my hole. And now I need that bit to do my tap. I probably put it somewhere where I go, oh yeah, I'll remember that. Now I don't remember it. My files away. That's how you remember where your tools went, is you put them away as you use them. And these are lessons that I should have learned a long time ago. But in the joy and ecstasy of doing a live stream, I don't know where my mind is. All right. Turning my drill on the lowest speed. Using some 3-in-1 all-temp silicone lubricant. I'm just trying to stay as square as possible to get a nice mounting point. A little bit more lubricant. Go a little deeper. All right, cool. So you can see I've got a new hole, but it's not threaded, right? Let me blow that out real quick. First, I'm going to take some cleaner, spray it in there. Go get my air compressor. All right, the next step is the process of using my tap and creating a thread. So again, want to lubricate and just barely put that in there and begin twisting, right? So I'm feeling some resistance as it's cutting that aluminum. And I'm trying to keep my hand as steady as possible. And then I back off, and then I go again. Another rotation. Ideally, this would work a lot faster if I had a drill press. Name another tool I'm missing. All right, I'm going to pull that out just to make sure that my thread is getting started real well. I'm hoping that I can just use this and I won't break it and have to go buy another one. We're going to take it one hole at a time. Okay, getting that resistance again. So go a turn, back up, go another turn, back up, slowly, slowly. Clean that out. Grab a number 8, 30 seconds, bolt, and make sure that that goes in there. Yeah. Man, that's so cool. Anybody ever have shop class when they were a kid? I did not. So this is my shop class. All right, so 2 of 6 holes are drilled and threaded. I'll be honest, I've never really been too good about being patient and moving slowly when doing this work in the past. It's necessary though. So what do y'all think about the soundtrack I've got going on in the background? Do you like weird music? I like weird music. A little more oil in there. This is pretty sweet. Keep forgetting to put my gloves back on. And my eyewear. What'd I say about safety? Safety first. Safety first. If I keep telling myself that, maybe I'll listen to myself. Clean out these holes a little bit. Cool. So I've got all 6 holes drilled. I've got 3 of them threaded. I'm almost done with this heat sink. And then I go back and I do the other one. All right, we're at 1 hour and 25 minutes into the live stream. I always wish that I was further along than I actually am. But you can't rush this. I cannot rush this. Using a horsehair brush to get some of these remnants out of my tapping tool. Hopefully that means it'll last. All right. Get it in there. Get my oil. And get to twisting. Anybody doing anything fun out there? Recently gotten into dance lessons. Just kind of had a wild hair to start learning how to actually dance. Been learning the rumba, the salsa. No, I haven't learned the salsa. Tango, rumba, foxtrot, cha-cha-cha. It's been fun. Actually had the most fun probably of the experience so far last night, because I actually felt like the steps were just coming natural to me finally. I get in my head a lot when I'm dancing. My partner does as well, gets into her head. And so last night just felt more natural, felt like I was able to do it without thinking too much. I think that's a big step. Get some more oil maybe. This is my first project doing a tap. So, you know, it's a new tool for me, and I've had a lot of fun learning it. I think it's a big thing for makers, right? Is to know how to thread your own screw holes, machine screw holes. At least that's what Adam told me on the YouTubes. And he used to debunk things all the time. Oh my God. My microphone's way down there. Sorry, y'all. I bet that sounded like crap. All right, we have 4 holes tapped. Oh. All right. Speaking of new tools, I've got some bias meters coming in today. You know, since we're talking about tubes and tube amps, and I've got to be doing this work, probably should have had some bias meters back in the past, but never really needed them. I've always been able to do bias by math, measuring the plate voltage, measuring the current, and then just kind of setting it. The amp I'm working on, however, the client has had it in 2 other repair shops. And each time it comes back from repair, it's come back with new tubes, fresh biasing, and it experiences the same problem after about a month of playing. And I'm like, you know, how long are you playing this amp? Are you playing like 12-hour days, 7 days a week? No, of course not. I mean, he does play downtown, so it does get a lot of wear. What's happening is the tubes would just get worn down to the point that they became microphonic. And when I say microphonic, like when he brought in the amp, I powered it on, I was listening to it, there was a little bit of low-level hum. I tapped the 6L6 and it just started oscillating. Whoa. Kind of like a meditation ohm. So I've done a lot of work because I don't want this problem to occur again. I want it to leave this shop, and the only time I see him is like maybe 4-6 months down the line when he needs new power tubes. Also, it had a lot of noise on the preamp tube, like V1. I'm not going to tell you what the amp is, just simply because it all came down to build quality. They used cheap capacitors. They used lead-free solder. It's built in Mexico, you know, and it's built, you know, mass production. It's not like a boutique amp that's hand wired or anything like that. So I've actually had to essentially recap the entire amp, reflow solder on almost every joint. And I've got it now to where, you know, it's pretty quiet. It's pretty quiet, pretty good, new tubes, but I want to watch that bias. And with the amp chassis in the cabinet, the only way that you're going to be able to watch the bias is with some bias meters. So, new tool coming in today. And I'm just going to leave that amp on for several hours and periodically check on it to make sure that the bias is right. You know, if I can get this load box built, then I could also keep an eye on the noise through my oscilloscope. But I'm not going to get ahead of myself yet. Ooh, that reminds me, I need to put a parallel jack to test that. Yeah, that's good. Vacuum. Do you want to see my freshly threaded machine holes? 8:30 seconds. I need more lighting. I can't believe I actually have to say that. You know, it's just a real simple thing, but makes me happy. Makes me proud that I've actually been able to get to the point where I can do this. Yeah, feeling good about it. Let me go grab some number 8s. And a drink. It's water. Hopefully we don't sell all our fresh water to the private corporations and get bent over again. Alrighty. So my number 8 screw, machine screw, is too large. Oh, you know what I need too? I need washers. See how that size does. I'm not going to mount it quite yet. Can anybody tell me why? I want to see though how tight I can get. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, it's going to be real good. The size is good on that screw. I could go out by the correct size, which is going to be about 3/8, about a 3/8 inch screw. I've got hardware. I'm just going to do this. This is going to be a super boutique load box. I don't want anybody asking me to sell it. Since I'm live streaming for about 5 hours today, I am going to probably pause this process at about the 2-hour mark, take a quick bathroom break, and then move on to my other project. Maybe spend a little bit of time on that, just so that we have a change of pace. Anybody else out there suffer from ADHD? It's funny, I didn't even realize that I had ADHD. Well, I mean, there were suspicions maybe when I was a child. but nobody tested me or anything like that. And now that I'm in my 40s, I finally found a med provider who got me testing and got me some meds for ADHD. And it's been pretty life-changing, to be quite honest. You know, I still have my things that are common to ADHD, that, you know, like having too many projects, bouncing from thing to thing, but, you know, I'm able to focus quite a bit more. And more than anything, like, this is going to sound goofy, some of the voices in my head have quieted down quite a bit. I don't mean voices like a, you know, like a mental illness sort of thing. I think we all kind of talk to each other. But, you know, very, very critical, self-critical. So yeah, man, you know, if you can get access to insurance, which I hate to say, you know, I highly recommend just making sure that you're getting things taken care of. For me, it was a big struggle with depression, a little bit of anxiety, but I've kind of dealt with depression most of my life. Didn't really think anything about it. I had it under control for almost a decade, and then some circumstances happened, and I couldn't deal with it on my own anymore. Fortunately, I have insurance through my partner's work, and I was able to begin taking care of it. But I went about 2 years just in a real bad state. Of course, when you're doing that, your work suffers. So it's been real hard. It's been real hard to stay focused, get out of a burnout stage in my life. But I'm feeling better, and I would hope that we had a healthcare system that worked for people, worked for everyone, and we could take care of each other, get these sort of things taken care of, and not be in extreme medical debt. Keep hoping. You know, get out there, organize, be kind to each other, all that sort of thing. And maybe someday we can get a healthcare system that's not based around profit motive. One can hope. All right, so I've got my nitrile gloves on. I'm putting on heat sink paste on my resistor. And I'm going to mount it to my heat sink, right? Is this overkill? Maybe a little bit. But I really want to get as much wattage out of this load box as I possibly can. Yeah, okay. I was just thinking to myself, is that gonna fit? I may have to do a little bit of work on that. I was looking at these posts, I'm like, is that gonna fit in the case? I know it's gonna fit in the case. I know that. I've already measured that multiple times. It's just that hole that I drilled so that the resistor is directly connected to the heatsink. that I was worried about. But for this one, I can kind of angle it in there. Some of these bolts are giving me a little bit more resistance than the others. I'm having fun. I love this kind of work. I'm gonna love it even more having this tool finally. You know, back at the shop I worked at for 8 years, you know, the owner had load boxes. I think he built one, and then he also had one from when he was an authorized tech for a large British based amp company. But I left that position 2019 and I've been without a load box since. It's been okay. I've just been, you know, blasting my eardrums, punishing myself in that way. All right, I'm gonna need to take a break here. I'll be back shortly. Let's see if I've got something to put over. I'll be back here in a minute. Thank you. Hey, how weird have you got me here? Are we sufficiently weird? I'm back. All right, let me make an Instagram post real quick. No, you all love to watch me do, nope, I don't want to do a post. Add to my story. All right, cool. Just I warned myself. I said it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. And I didn't pay attention to that voice in my head All right, well, before I unmount that heat sink, I put it in the box. I need to go ahead and work on my second. Well, no, I've got to do that. I thought that I would be able to just shift it in there, but the resistor is much bigger than. No, I can do this. I can do this. Okay, so I'm going to put this here. Cool. And then my other heat sink's going to be right there. Punch. Is it really that different? It is. All right, I'm putting this drill bit right here so that I remember where it's at. I'm thinking through my process as I go. Why am I doing that? Oh, can't see the comments. Need to see the comments. All right, if anybody's got anything to say to me, just throw it in the comments. bit concerned about this one. Looks like whoever made this heatsink may have done it by hand. The mounting points of this heatsink are in a different placement than the other. Wow, it really needed to go that time, huh? I may have some trouble with the mounting points for this heatsink. The other one I was able to mark pretty smoothly and get taken care of, but this one they seem to be off a little bit. See if that did the trick. Yeah, okay. Cool. Number 6. 28 millimeters. By now 128 millimeters by 73. I'll grab my caliper again just to confirm that. Right in front of me. .72 millimeters by 128. 72. 72. .182 millimeters by 106. No. Okay, 182 millimeters by 106. So my middle point is 54 millimeters to 34 millimeters. Now, doing math wrong in my head here. It's 91 and 53. Sharpen my pencil. Cool, I've got my center points. I don't like that though. My perfectionist brain. Oh, see, that's not right. Okay. So I should have 17 millimeters on each side. That's pretty good. Okay, so my math is wrong on the link here. Where'd I mess up? 187. Oh, yeah, that would do it. Add 5. 187. $59 divided by 2. $29.5 millimeters. Measure 4 times, cut once. That's how the saying goes, right? Oh, I threw away that plate. For a good reason. What? Why am I hearing commercials? I was on the track. Weird. Are we ready for some cutting? Some loud, noisy cutting. I'm just going to say it. October is my favorite month of the year. I'm not born in October or anything like that. It's not because of my birthday. It's because of postseason baseball, which is the best baseball, and Halloween. I did not grow up in a home where I was allowed to celebrate Halloween. So yeah, I'm a man in my 40s who dresses up on Halloween. Love it. Anybody want to know what my Halloween costume is going to be this year? I'll tell you here just a second. Pretty cool, huh? Well, I managed to get through that with only using 1.5 cutting wheels. So that's pretty cool. Whew, that's hot. I hope that you appreciated I saved your ears that time. Save your ears again here this time. I think I got it. I say as I drop it. All right, a little over 2 hours, 2.5 hours into the live stream. I was going to switch gears, but I kind of just want to go ahead and get this resistor able to be mounted on the heat sink. So I'm going to take a little bit more time on this project. All right. Now we tap. Take a wire brush to that. Pretty happy with this so far. Got like Nintendo music now. You know, I feel like I'm gonna have to leave Spotify pretty soon. You know, it's always not been great for musicians and artists pay wise, but some of the bot crap that's going on, if you haven't looked it up on YouTube, there's some good videos talking about how artists are getting their entire collection completely wiped off of Spotify by bots. Some really bizarre stuff. The only downside, well, I mean, the biggest downside to me, however, is going to be all the playlists that I have, right? So this is a musique concrète playlist. But I've also got one that really is awesome called the anti-anxiety playlist or something like that. And it's just very calming, relaxing sounds and music that just soothing. And then you got to ask the question, well, what do you go to once you leave Spotify? When I was a kid, I'm talking like when I was 18, I should have been saving my money because I was working a full-time job. Should have been saving my money for college. But I ended up spending it all on CDs. That's funny. You know, the thing that's no longer a medium. Had a real, wouldn't call it a problem, but I bought a lot of music. And I still do buy from artists that I really appreciate. I'll buy the record. But after the days of Napster kind of went away, maybe Napster's still a thing. If Napster's still a thing, y'all let me know. When it came to music streaming, I was excited because I was like, oh, you know, I don't have to spend as much money on records, and the musicians still get paid. I mean, albeit get paid pennies, and I know that sucks, and I don't like it. But it definitely allowed me to save money. I was one of the first adopters of like cord cutting way back in the day. And that was saving me money on like cable bills, right? Capitalism always has a way of catching up to your wallet. Anyway, if you all got ideas on how to leave Spotify, support musicians, and still have access to like a lot of the new stuff that comes out, like, let me know. I mean, I know Bandcamp, SoundCloud are things, but I also don't know how many artists are utilizing that. I'll be honest, I haven't really dug into it too deeply. Probably should. But there's a whole lot going on up in the noggin. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I should mute whenever I cough. Amazing how much faster this goes when you've already got one underneath your belt. All right, excuse me, nature is calling. Hello. See, a new viewer has arrived. Thanks for joining. Trying to get control over everything. Okay, I'm back. How's everybody doing? Anybody watching and listening, or just watching, or where you at? What's going on? Get my mic back. All right, so I've got 4 of my 6 holes tapped and ready for machine screws. 2 more to go here, and we'll be able to get the second big ass resistor mounted. Everybody's real quiet today. That's cool. I can be quiet too. Typically, I just keep all these thoughts in my head and I don't verbalize them, but y'all get the benefit of hearing me babble about whatever's on my mind. So, if you were to put something in my mind, I'd babble about it. Right now, I'm just tapping. Getting those beautiful threads with my new tool. Okay. Swap it. That's what I got over the weekend. It's allowing me to get these machine threads so I can securely mount big ass resistors. Mythbusters. That's the name of the show. I'm pretty sure his name is Adam Savage. Has it just been muted this whole time? Check, check, check. All right, I'm back on, I guess. Okay. Stadium Buddy uses a catheter and a bag that you can attach to your thigh, so you don't have to get up and leave the room or head to the bathroom. Stadium Buddy. All right. Got a little bit of an issue with this one. I didn't get that hole quite big enough. Cool. Saving your ears. How did I do that? It's cool. It's cool. We're cool. We got it. We got it. This is going to work. How are we doing on your side of the World Wide Web, huh? Do the kids even call it the World Wide Web anymore? I made that one too short. Happens. Yeah, I have a feeling the aluminum chassis, my project box, will likely get hot as I'm testing equipment. I'm gonna have to figure out a way finish a thought then. I'm gonna have to figure out a way that I can have it a little bit isolated from wherever I end up having it. Okay, so heat sinks and big ass resistors have been mounted. You know, it's not perfect, but hey, you know what? It's boutique. Boutique is about the imperfections, the beauty in a handmade unit. All right. Pretty good in weight. All right. As much as I would like to continue on this, we're at about 3.5 hours of live stream here, and I'm going to set this aside. So, good progress. We're getting there. So, I don't think I'll have time to return to it before I end the stream today, but my next plan is to install the input jack, the switch, the 2 switches, and the output jack on the front of the panel. I may just keep this as a mono load box. Maybe in the far future, whenever I find some heat sinks like this again, I'll make a second one. But I'm feeling pretty good about that so far. It's a good start. So we'd have like our load switch. I could put that in the middle. Have the input jack over here with the pad. Right? Or actually put the pad maybe on the right hand or my left hand side here. And then have, well, I'd want to have a couple of outputs. And I'd want them in parallel. One for my oscilloscope. Or do I want more than that? I may just want one output for my oscilloscope. I guess I could have a second one so I could go to my distortion meter at the same time. Yeah, I think I'm going to be happy with just a mono load box right now. All right, so I'm going to set it aside. I will return to it either later this evening or in the following days. And if you would like to get an update on where this project is, I'll probably go ahead and make that sort of like a Patreon feature. Just updating folks on where the process is, how much time total it actually took to make, that sort of thing. But I feel pretty good about it so far. I'm going to put away some of these tools. Oh, that was a number 8. You can tell just by the inner diameter. Yep. All right, I'm going to put away my tools here, clean up my bench, make sure that I don't have any of that dust from the cutting wheel or metal shards around. And my next project is going to be my unbalanced converter. Okay. All right. Let's get to cleaning. Really, I'm kind of proud of myself for only using 1.5 cutting wheels on this one. Typically, I go cutting wheels pretty hard and heavy, but I was able to restrain myself a little bit today. I'd love to hear if you have any favorite tools that you like to use or that you find yourself using all the time. You know, if you would like, just go ahead and jump in that comment section. Let me know what tools you find yourself using most often. Number 6, number 8. Get my tap put away. Boy, that gets tight, doesn't it? I don't think I'm going to need the Dremel for this section. All right, so if you get motion sick, I'm going to apologize in advance for what I'm about to do. Just going to go ahead and try to give you all a look at the back side of my shop. It's a mess. If you're wondering, no, this is not a Halloween spooky music playlist. This is a musique concrète playlist. I like to have it on in the back. I like weird noises. I like bleeps and bloops and tapes and all that sorts of stuff. Okay. You've seen enough of that side of the workshop. Looking good. All right. Oh, look at that little resistor. All right. Got lots and lots of boxes of stuff. I don't remember exactly which parts I bought for this project. I know I got that for this. Got that for the shop. This is that. Five to 15 volt SIP dual DC converters. About 5 of them. Thought, why not? Nice little project. All right, I got my switches. All right, I need a male XLR. Cool. One obviously looks better than the other. Let's see if I've got 2 of them that look that good. It's like Christmas. Feels like Christmas all the time around here. That's my box. Right? Another Hammond utility case. Plastic covered aluminum. I'm just literally reading the descriptions to you. Okay. Even comes with little mounting hardware. Oh. And so it just slide like that. I think what I want to do here is have my dual XLRs over here and my RCA there. You know what I should have gotten was a dip switch for this project. Let me pull up the schematics real quick. I'm going to share that with you when the time comes. All right, projects. Okay. So I did not properly save that, did I? Okay. No. Chrome change. Always changing that Google. Hate it. Search. Cool. I found it. All right. So as I had mentioned in my rant, I've already built the circuit board with the op amp, the NE532, 5532. And you know, this is fine. This was getting the job done for when I needed it. But today I'm going to build a power supply to basically take a 9-volt DC, convert it to plus and minus 15 volts. So I'm going to need my breadboard. I'm going to need some capacitors, some components that I've got kind of handy already, and I'll get to work. So let me go ahead and show you the schematic of what I will be doing. Da, 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 da. Cool. All right, so there it is. Hopefully you can see that clearly. I'm going to get a 7805. I'm going to have to get the data sheet for that. For the NMA 0515SC dual DC converter, 1 watt. $220 microfarad, 300 microfarad, and 10 nanofarad. Find my breadboard now. There it be. Need a DC input jack. My goal is to have it work with a one spot. Cool. All right. 10 nanofarad and a 7805. Pardon me. I have yet to properly organize my capacitors. Get a little protein. Pull that back for a minute. Thinking through this design-wise, I've got a trimmer resistor that I'm going to be needing to get to. I think basically that trimmer resistor, excuse me, that trimmer resistor allows me to adjust the gain of the op amp. Another part of this build let me pull this up. Another part of this build was using it as a dual stereo output, right? Actually, you know what? I don't need it to be a stereo output. I'm going to be A-okay just using it as a single XLR. All right. So I'm going to probably, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the audio portion mounted with some standoffs near the front of the board. Oh, can you see? Yeah, okay, here we go. I'm going to have it probably mounted somewhere near the front of the board. And then on the back of the board, I'm going to have the power board mounted. But before I can do any of that, what I need to do is I need to set up the power supply circuit on my breadboard, test it, and make sure it's going to do exactly what I need. And then I'll get to work on the mounting and the putting it in the box. All right. Boy, my back's starting to holler at me here. So I'm going to need to take another break. And then come back and build this. But before I do, I want to make sure that my data sheet and I'm correct on how that 5-volt regulator will be put in there. So L7805CB. Pull this data sheet back up so you can see what I'm looking at. Voltage come in, voltage come out, ground in, ground out. DC input voltage of 5 to 18 volts. Okay, so they're saying that they want a 0.33 microfarad on the front of the voltage input and a 0.1 microfarad on the out. Whereas this guy was giving me a 0.01 on the in and 0.01 on the out. But he's got these other caps in parallel. See if he says why. Using the 0.01 caps for RF elimination. Doesn't say much. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. So do I go with his schematic or do I go with the data sheet for that 7805 output input? Probably going to go with the data sheet. I might test both, right? So I need a 330 nanofarad capacitor, which I may not have. Shouldn't affect the circuit too much. Those are too big. So if I were looking at it in picofarads, it'd be 330,000, right? Yeah. So that'd be a 335. Let this be a lesson. Get organized. A lesson for myself is what I'm saying. Oh no, I need nanofarad, not pico. There you go. There's 220 nanofarad, or million micro nano, yeah. Right? So if I really wanted to get it as close as possible to the data sheet, what I could do is tie these two capacitors in parallel, right? Oh, it means I get to show you. Oh, I'm not even showing you anything. I'm showing you my screen. How about that? All right. Let's try this again. Okay. So if I really wanted as close to 330 nanofarads, what I could do is I could just take these capacitors, a 220 nanofarad and a 100 nanofarad, and I could put them in parallel. And let's see what we get. This is another favorite tool of mine. Component tester tool. 325.8 nanofarads is what it says. Boy. There you go. So we're going to try a couple different things. But before we try a couple different things, I do need to take another break. Been 4 hours of live streaming, 1 hour left. I'll be back in a moment. And I'm back. All right. We are going to breadboard and test how this DC to DC conversion is going to work. I'll grab my multimeter real quick and make sure that I'm going to have it on the correct pins. Swap these screens real quick. Doing everything real quick today, even though I feel like I'm moving at a snail's pace. That's okay. It's better to move a little bit slow and do it right and make fewer mistakes. Okay, so these are my shorting pins, or should be. They are indeed. This is tip. My power supply is a one spot, well known. You can see the little marking here with the circle and a little dot in the middle leading to a negative sign. So that means tip is negative on this power supply. Ring is positive. So that tells me that these two pins are going to be positive. And when it's plugged in, grab a tool. Okay. So this pin is positive, this pin is negative, this pin is shorting. So basically when it's unplugged, these two pins short out. So I just made a couple marks so I don't forget. There's my soldering iron. I'm going to use blue and yellow wires today because I have more of that than the others. Look at my helping hands. The soldering iron was not plugged in. Waiting for it to heat up. All right, we're at 650. That's close. Pre-10 my lead. No chatters today, no interaction. That's okay. If you got something to say, say it. Even if it's just to make fun of how slowly I've been moving today. No means for some less than thrilling content, but it also means fewer mistakes. So I will take that trade-off any day. Huh. I was just thinking about my fluke meter here and my leads. I'm realizing that I'm missing one that I use like daily. So I'm gonna have to find that. That stinks. Oh well. All right. Plug in our one spot and make sure that that 9 volts is coming through nice and clean. Leads. .48 volts. Cool. All right. So I've got my 5-volt regulator here. Looking at it, pin 1. Just need to double check my pins and grab my wires. Okay, so minus. Before I do that, set it up. Pin 1 is my input, pin 2 is my ground. Correct? Yes. Pin 3 is my output. Okay, so according to the data sheet, the setup that I have here, very simple, 2 capacitors, voltage regulator. I should be seeing 5 volts on the output of the voltage regulator. So let's test that. 9 volts in, 4.988 volts out. 5. Perfect. So, step 1, done. Get my new IC. Isn't that cute? A SIP, single inline package. Okay, so I'm going to put it 10. All right. So from my 5-volt regulator, I'm going to go directly into pin 1. Let me pull up the schematic again for you. All right. So out of my 5-volt regulator into pin 1, pin 2 is ground. So ground. Pin 5 is also ground. So pins 4 to 5. So 5 is ground, and 4 is going to be my negative output. So I'm taking my polarized electrolytic capacitor, putting the negative side to pin 4, positive side to pin 5. I'm also going to get a 0.01 or a 10 nanofarad capacitor. And put that in parallel with that 220 microfarad capacitor. Okay. All right, this is getting silly just because everything's so close together. I'm going to move my electrolytic over here. Do a couple more jumpers to get to it. Okay, so this should be my negative 15 volts once I've got everything worked out. Then pin 6 is my positive output. 4 is my negative, 6 is my positive. So another 220 microfarad, positive to 6, negative to 4. I'll just do it like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is the negative output. 5 is my ground. So 5 to 6. Okay. Make sure that 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Am I right on this? It's the first time I've ever worked with this IC, so just making sure. Okay. This is going to be my positive 15 volt output. Get another 10 nanofarad capacitor. Parallel. All right, shall we see if this is correct? DC power supply in. What's this? 18 volts. Negative 19 volts. Okay, I'm gonna look at the data sheet for this. I mean, that's gonna be pretty good. But I do want to make sure NMA 0515SC. NMA 0515SC. Data sheets. Five 0515 SC. Okay, so that's correct. Let me look at their schematic and see if they've got a different way of connecting this. And we've got some inductors in line in series with the outputs too. Oh 0515 SC. See, they say a 2.2 microfarad, not a 220 microfarad. So let me try that. Oh, there'll be tiny capacitors for this project. That's cool. Less board space. So the big thing on this is making sure that you've got the polarity right. So my negative output will be tied to the negative side of my capacitor. Otherwise, you'll run blow a cap. All right, let's check this now. Voltage is up to 220, almost 21 volts, plus and minus. Let's see how it responds whenever I plug it into my board. Actually do a little color coding on this one. This is ground. Ground is here. I'm thinking that once I put a load on it, it'll drop that voltage to where I expect it to be. All right, let's see. 15.3 volts and negative 15.25. So as soon as I put a load on it, it went to the right measurement. Cool. That's a super, super simple circuit. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. Now that we've got it breadboarded, tested, confirmed that it's going to work, let's build a circuit. Remember these capacitors, right? I didn't have a 330 nanofarad capacitor on hand. So I basically took a 220 nanofarad and a 100 nanofarad, and I made my own, right? So when you put capacitors in parallel, the capacitance adds. When you put it in series, it does the same as a similar math to what happens when you put two resistors in series, right? So like if you have two 1 kilo ohm resistors in series, it's 2 kilo ohms. When you have two 10 microfarad capacitors in series, it's microfarad. But if you put those capacitors in parallel, those two 10s become then 20. Not sure if that makes sense or not to you, but it's good, easy math. Math is good. We love math. Love it. Boy, this is getting to my back. Okay. Looking at my board upside down, I've got to remember that. My ground lead is going to pin 2 and 5. Super simple circuit. The key, though, is to check your work. And 2 and 5. Wonderful. All right, 2 and 5 are ground. 4 is negative output. 4, 2, 3, 4 is negative output. Sounds like a Scott Walker album or something. Just making sure that my negative output and my ground are not connected. Plenty of resistance. All right. I mean, we're almost done. Shit. Part of the day where my back really starts feeling it, especially when I'm live streaming here. Gonna have to do lots of stretches tonight. Do wish I had more red wire. Oh. I definitely don't have any black. Ran out of black wire a while ago. Didn't I? We used blue earlier. Black is close enough to blue. All right, I got to go here pretty soon, but before I do, I will just once more confirm that everything is working properly on my board that I've just built. Talk a little bit about what I've done today. say thank you again to anyone that's tuned in or is tuning in the future. Appreciate y'all. Like a lot more feedback, and you know, I realize that that's something that I'm personally going to have to figure out is engagement, right? Would love to see some engagement and chat with folks, learn from you as much as I can, and maybe just become friends. I like friends. Hope you like friends too. Anyway, I'm blabbering. Let's make sure that this bad boy tests properly, and then I will say my goodbyes. All right. Plug her in. Put my meter on voltage. All right. Do I have a 5-volt regulator? I sure do. What's the positive side of my op amp say? It says 15.42 volts, and the negative side says negative 15.43. So my boards are ready to go. It's going to just basically be a matter of me setting up that project box, putting everything in there, and I will most definitely do some final pictures and post those onto my Instagram. All right, let me see. Here we go. All right, so I think I'm in focus. Oh, final thoughts of the day. Building a load box is kind of hard work. Got some new tools. Really enjoy that die set. That tap and die set is pretty cool. I'm looking forward to using that in the future. I like weird music on in the background. That's true. One of my favorite tools in the shop is my vacuum. It brings sanity. It brings just some happy feelings whenever I've got things cleaned up. Let's see. I also love my Dremel tool. I'm sorry, my rotating tool, rotary tool. I'm not a big fan of being a brand loyalist, so I'm always open to hear other people's opinions, you know, and thoughts on these tools. The thing I love about that particular one is the speed adjustment. I tried to mute my audio so you didn't get your ears blown out as much as I did today. But going slow, I know it can be a bore to watch. And if you stuck through this, thank you. That's amazing. I appreciate you so much. But slow avoids mistakes, right? Even this simple circuit, I may have been able to just whip it out without using the breadboard, but doing the breadboard, making sure that the voltages are right, and then before I put it in onto a board that is going to be harder to undo, just ensures that you know you're not double working. So let's see. My load box, I've got the resistors mounted. Let me grab that real quick and show it off again. Right. I think it's going to be looking pretty badass when it's done, right? All right. Those heat sinks are pretty good. These are my big ass resistors. 2 8 ohms at 300 watts each. I've got them mounted in. That's step one. You know, from there, I'm going to have to put in my input jack, my output jack, wire up my switching, and it should be completed fairly soon. My unbalanced to balanced converter, I've got my boards built. I've got my project box. That's going to be done pretty soon. I'm going to be happy to share those photos on Instagram. You know, if you are on YouTube, you're watching this, you liked it, you enjoyed it, or you just want to support me, you know, give it a thumbs up, follow my YouTube account, comments like, I guess, develop the algorithm in my favor. I don't know most of that junk. It's not junk. I don't know most of that stuff because I haven't really put in the effort. But, you know, I do appreciate if you do support me on Instagram and YouTube. Coming up in November, I do plan to launch a Patreon page. The Patreon page is going to have different levels of support available. But basically, the launch of that will hopefully push me into another level of doing fun things, right? I really want to make this an entertaining channel. I don't want it to be just tech stuff, right? I know I'm a tech, I do tech stuff, but I want to talk about like creativity, art. I want to do other things besides just this. I love to build things, right? So maybe having some woodworking, some things like that. Yeah, I'm hoping to make it a fun thing. And if you would like to support me, then that should be an option. Yeah, I love tools. Tools are great. Tools on a Tuesday. Maybe I'll do this again next Tuesday or the following Tuesday. I do hope to do some more live streams in the future. They're not all going to be like this. They're going to be, you know, different aspects of the work that I do. But thank you so much. Appreciate you. Be kind to each other. Be kind to yourselves. And I'll see you again.